なガンダム。シャッカー早い。そこだ。うわっうわっはったー。怯えろスクメ。モビルスーツの性能を生かせるまま死んでいるべ。俺は生きる。生きて愛など咲いてやる。様をかかった。やったか。まだ死ね。私だってソロモンよ、私は帰ってきた。ガトー。よくも貴様に話す舌など持たぬと言ったはずだ。いつまで減らず口を。何。落ちろ。髪よけろ。外れた。いややめろフレツ。黙れフルのこと。うるさい。このバカじゃフレツ。やった。甘い。何ガンダムだと。続け。この甘い。なんとジュンコさん、ドローンさせるか。行きましょう。戦争を終わらせるために。答えよども。師匠、流派統合腐敗は王者の風よ。全身系列天馬狂乱。見よ、後方は赤く燃えている。いけヒーロー。すまない。死ぬな貴様も。さよならだ。させるか。いけ来たか弟。
人が安心して眠るためには。
ディアナのために戦う貴様などにこの私は倒せん。
倒します。
俺たちがガンダムだ。マスラを改めスタロー。目標をいざ尋常に勝負。これがラストミッション。 俺たちはソレスタルビーイング、人類の存亡をかけた対話の始まり、クアンタムバースト。食らうがよい。
あなたは、あなただけは
私を止められはせぬ。ジャンク屋の根性見せてやるぜ。
サーペントテイルと知ってくるのなら容赦はしない。
どりゃよーし行くぜ。こちらハヤト、ガンタンク行きます。開始点出るぞ。アムロ行きます。アム行ってくる。
これは駆け引きなのだよ。
今君のようなパイロットは危険すぎる。怯えろ少ねえ。モビルスーツの性能を生かせるまま死んでゆけ。撃て、撃ち続けろ。中心が焼けるまで撃ち続けるんだ。ジャズが聞こえたら俺が来た合図だ。つけてやる。耐えてくれよ俺の手足。いい加減落ちろ。落ちろガンダム。この戦いはいつまで続く。俺がガトを捕らえるまでか。ガト聞こえているか。返事をしろ。ことを成し遂げてこそ我々の後に続く者が生まれる。
常に世の中を動かしてきたのは一握りの天才だ。
貴様のようなのがいるから戦いは終わらないんだ。行くぞカミール。人の心を大事にしない世界を作って何になるんだ。人を傷つけてるんだぞ。殺してるんだぞブルツ。地球が持たん時が来ているのだ。人間の知恵はそんなもんだって乗り越えられる。今すぐグミンドも全てに英知を授けてみせろ。貴様ほど急ぎすぎもしなければ人類に絶望もしちゃいない。
光、すべてを焼き尽くす浄化の光。
違う、これは違うよマリナさん。
Guys, guys, you know that jump scared me. that Juggy, that jump scared me. Okay, I have something to chat. I need to confess something. Hang on, let me put on some music. Here we are. Ooh, this is a bad version of this. I don't like this. This one. There we go. I was kind of just sitting, enjoying the intros that were playing, and then you, Jackie, you jump scared me. You jump scared me when that alert played. I was just sitting there watching the intro. I really wish the Gundam Versus was available for PC. I mean, oh, hello everyone, welcome. Let me switch my subtitle real quick. What film should I? There we go. Traps are best pilots. There we go. Perfect title. T. Wow. Yeah, hi everyone. Welcome. We're here to try Gundam Battle Op again. Give it another shot. Chat. The last time we tried this, it was a fucking trash fire because of Hey, hang on. Why am I? Uh-oh. Something's not right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why is my computer throwing out errors? That's not right. Uh-oh. Hang on. Hang on. My computer's throwing out errors and that's not good. Okay, hang on. Let me end task. Brave. Block. Okay, you know what? I'll just leave shit as is. Can I restore? I can restore. Okay. Let me bring this shit back to where it's supposed to be. There we go. And okay. Hello, Street Fighter. Welcome. Welcome. How's it going? Oh yes. Yes, what? What? What's going on? Oh, I love you too, Street Fighter. What? How's everything going? Hope everyone is having a good weekend so far. Let's go, chat. Let's go. This is prime time for Gundam Battle Op 2. So we're going to try to take advantage of that. The last time we tried to play this was the exact opposite of prime time, so we got the matchmaking was awful, so we're gonna try prime time. Yeah, ID. One problem. This is on PC. I'm playing on PC. I'm sorry, Street Fighter. And I don't think there's crossplay. Is there?
Yo,
I apologize, but yeah, I'm on PC. Also, the last PlayStation console I bought was the PS3, and I have no intention of ever buying a PlayStation console ever again. Hang on, how do I check my dailies? How do I do that again? Was it here? Yeah, it is. I got on my dailies. Yeah, I think so. Okay, guys, I need your advice.
Hi! 物資配給局へようこそ
Do I pull for this? Do I pull for any of these? I don't know what. One chance every day. Do I do the special one chance per day drop? Guaranteed to get an MS? Do I do this? Any advice? I don't know what to do. Chat. Space compatible MS. This is. I have time to decide on whether or not I would pull this. But do I pull this? Do I pull the one chance per day? Guys, what do I do? I don't know. Is it worth? Is it not worth? I don't know. Do I do it? Do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. What do I get? What do I get? Bronze. Oh well, I'll take whatever. Our Jar Jar. This is a thing that splits into two, isn't it? Wait, is it? Is this the one that can split into two? I'm not sure. Oh. Let me check something. What's my dailies? Well, I want to try to take advantage of prime time. We are literally in the middle of prime time right now. Sorting to battle 3 times, win 1 battle. Defeat at least 2 enemy MS. Okay. Oh, my hanger is completed. Okay, let me kill my hanger. I need to change my hanger as well. This is Galguk high mobility type. That's not what I'm using anymore. Definitely not that. Now, what do I want to upgrade? There's a lot of shit I want to upgrade. This is kind of... The GPL4 has kind of become my favorite. So... Let's... Do I speed it up? No, I shouldn't, right? I shouldn't speed it up. Let's enhance. Enhance the GP04 for me, please. Thank you. Right. Let's try to see what kind of battles we can do. I need to sort. I'm still in the middle of doing the limited directive. This requires me to sort into space 10 times, but there's actually another limited directive I need to do. Let's see here. There are 2 limited directives. I haven't finished this one yet. I need to sort it into 4 more ground battles. And this one ends sooner. So let's try to focus on ground battles if we can. Let's see what rated matches are there. Oh, we have a bunch. Let's try to go for this one. See if there's anybody in this queue. If there's nobody in this queue, we'll go for the cheaper ground queue. And we're going to be using my custom painted Galguk ground type. Yes, chat, I custom painted everything. Oh, I need to... Hang on, I need to redo this. Needs to be 3 and... Okay. Oh, okay. Lots of you. Wait, this is a 12-man queue. It might be better to go for the 10-man queue. We'll see. If we can't get a match going quickly, then after this match is done, we'll step down into the 10-man queue. Let's see. Why do people keep leaving? Every time a new person joins, someone leaves. Oh. Come on. There we go. Okay. Thinking about it, I'm tempted to step down to the 10-man queue, but we'll see. Why isn't it starting? Excuse me? Why isn't it starting? Game? There we go. Let's go, chat. Let's go. First battle of the day. Let's go. I already have everything set up. Let's go, chat. Clean fight. Cheers. Time to take our combat drugs. Let me move this a little bit. There we go. Okay. You know, actually, I have a confession to make. This is only the second time I'm using this Desert Galguk ground type. So hopefully, I grow accustomed to this, but I'm sure I'll be fine, chat. I'm sure we'll be fine. We'll be fine, right? Right, chat? Right, though? No, I've only done Mr. Money Guy. Oi! Oi, Mr. Money. What are you doing? Stop AFK, wake up! Wake up, Eric, wake up! Oh, okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go, chat. Can I actually play this as a proper Gundam game now? Let's see. Also, there is unfortunately no crossplay with this game, right? I believe there is no crossplay. Oh, my custom painted Galgook. Oh, I'm so happy. You have no idea how happy this makes me, chat. Let's go. Are you... Okay, I'll defend you. You have jamming. Oh, whoa, there's a lot of people there. Oh, goddammit. Side! Oh shit! There's someone here! Multiple people here! Nope! Oops. Ah, fuck! Shield discharge! No! Ah! Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Quack. Okay, yeah, I need to get used to pressing 4 instead of 3. Oh well. Oh well. It's fine, chat, that was a warm-up. That's a warm-up. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, no wonder I died. I was alone. Yeah, let me... How do I... Where is... Oh, god damn it. Hang on. We need to request bombardment. Request on him. And now MS. Okay, let's go. Jamming where? No, you don't. Oh god damn it. I'm too nervous. Hang on. I'm too nervous. Hang on. Okay, calm down. Damn it. I shouldn't have zoomed in. Calm down. Calm down. No, you don't. Ugh. Get him. Hi Bob, how's it going? See them. Oh, go. Whoa!
攻撃支援が実施されます。危険エリアから離脱してください。
Damn.
後方部隊から支援砲撃が来ます。
Damn.
攻撃終了です。支援砲撃は失敗に終わりました。中継地点は敵に確保されました。
Oh.
作戦残り時間2分です。
わあ
本作戦における拠点の重要度が上昇しました。敵のジャミングで
Being attacked.
電子機器
Charge!
が出ています。味方が敵のビルス味方機が撃破されました。
Incoming. Okay, he's backing off.
最
Oh!
小警備戦闘継続に問題なし。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。敵のジャミングで
Oi!
電子機器が不影響
Oi!
を受けています。
Ah, come on, get up, get up, get up, get up.
作戦残り時間1分です。
Fuck
敵
you!
に爆弾が仕掛けられました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Nice. Okay, I'm getting into it. I'm getting into the swing of things. Let's go. Got him.
攻撃が来ます。味方機が撃破されました。味方が中継地点の
No, you
制
don't.
圧確認。
I got this.
中継地点の制
Back
圧
down.
敵のジ
Let's
ャ
go.
ミングで電子機器に悪影響が出ています。作戦時間
Oh! Okay. That went a lot better after I cleared my
勝利
nerves.
です。
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm doing better. Chat. Don't worry. I definitely didn't
今回の戦闘報
shoot
酬です。
friends in the back a couple of times. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. Definitely didn't shoot friends in the back. Ish. Z B2 beam saber. Who the hell uses that? Yay. Okay, I'm definitely getting the hang of my new ground Galgook.
出撃手配を行います
Oh wow, the 350 match is also 6v6? In that
戦が
case,
期待しています
I'll go for
出撃
just the
準
city
備を開始
map.
してください
Okay, okay, this game is very it's very stressful. Yeah, I'll just put it that way. Very, very stressful. Performance radar, observational data link, quick boost. Interesting, I can jump faster. Huh. I wonder why there's no equivalent. There's no Galgook of equivalent armaments available for space, because I have a shield, a grenade launcher, a machine gun, and a sniper rifle. Well, a long rifle. Why can't I have that for space? Why is it that my only option for space is a fucking either the cannon Galgook or the Johnny Whedon Galgook or the Sima Galgook.
チームが確定しました最終準備を行ってください
Sima Galgook is the only one with a shield, I believe, but her beam rifle is a burst fire type. Beam rifle, not the type of rifle I like. I prefer single shot. Assuming I don't fucking miss. But that's fine, chat, that's fine. I cleared my nerves. Let's go. More fights. I'm finally playing this game. Let's go, chat. So yeah, chat. If you guys were in my Discord, you guys would have seen me researching this game after the last stream. Turns out that this game's prime time is entirely just East Asia evening.
それでは戦場へ移動します
Literally right now. This is peak. It's got a peak amount of players right now. Because apparently this game's entire player base is in East Asia. Or the bulk of it is clustered in East Asia.
カタパルトデッキ開放モビルスーツ隊順次発進
It goes from something like 1,000 players at lowest at East Asia, like in the middle of the night, and it slowly climbs up all the way to 6+K in East Asia evening, and then it drops off a cliff the moment that East Asia goes to bed. A Galbadi beta. Oh. A Titan suit. Uh-oh. We have incoming. You might want to get up soon. I want to get up. Ah, god damn it. Oh god. Oh! Oh my god! What was that charge? Oh my god. Ah! What the fuck was that charge? Fucking beam lance.
再出撃の場所と方法を選択してください
Shit, we're being forced back. Spawn. Here. Either that or...
出撃お願いします
let me just... me just. Ah! Damn it! I thought I could sneak in, but he stepped on me. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Okay, hang on. Let me try that again. Let me try that again. Let me try that again. Let's see if I can sneak.
出撃お願いします。
Don't step on me! Don't step on me!
長距離通信準備完了。
Don't step on me!
座標確定。
Okay, that was worth it. That was worth it.
後方部隊からの支援砲撃が来ます。味方機が撃破されました。砲撃終了です。支援砲撃は失敗に終わりました。出撃お願いします。
Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Ah! Fuck. Damn it. Damn it. I tried to use it before he killed me. Damn it. Oh well.
中継地点を敵に確保されました。出撃お願いします。
Hang on, I'm coming. Oh, I see you. Oh, fuck!
戦闘継続に問題なし。
Gotcha. What the hell? How did that go through everything? No, you don't. Oh, God damn it. Oh, shit. Shit, shield destroyed. Ah! Ah! God damn it. Is that a GM Kai? How the hell am I missing them all? Oh, God damn it! But yes, I need to deal you dashing in front of me. Finally. see you.
味方
Oh,
が
damn
撃
it.
破されました。
What?
味方機が撃破さ
Okay,
れ
I
ま
need
し
to get used to the off-centered
た。作戦
viewpoint of this.
諦めないで。 モビルスーツ
Ah,
大破。
damn it. Damn it.
味方機が撃破されました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。 味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。 味方機が撃破されました。出撃お願いします。味方機が撃破されました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。損傷程度。戦闘継続にも作戦時間終了。
How are you supposed to follow up from a tackle
我
properly?
々の敗北です。
I never figured it out. Well, we got our asses kicked. Oh well.
今回の戦闘報酬です。
God damn it. That was a curb stomp. I need to get used to the whole off-centered aim thing. That's something I never got used to. I'm still having trouble getting used to. When I expect the
出撃手配を行い
shot
ま
to
す。
come from
出撃申請を受理しました。出撃準備を
the
開始して
center
ください。
screen, it comes from the left side. When I expect it to come from the left side, it comes from the center screen. It's like
お
it's
疲れ
like
様
I
で
have
した。
to
出撃手続きします。
adapt
出
to
撃手配を行います。
two
出撃申請
different
を
forms
受理
of
しました。
aiming
出撃準備を開始してください。
depending on which view I'm using. It takes some getting used to. Oh well. Also, I think I need to switch something. Hang on a second. I'm pressing 3 too much, so I'm going to switch this around. See how this functions. Okay, let's try that again. Hopefully this time, don't be so dog shit. A 66 definitely feels a lot more crowded than a 5v5. I'm starting to see how having more people makes matches a lot more chaotic. And how the hell is my beam rifle constantly going between enemies? Like, what the fuck? I'm aiming for someone and then it goes in between two different people. I'm like, what? What? Seriously? What? I'm playing this too much like a Twitch based shooter. I need to be a lot slower. I need to play it like it's a actual mech game where everything moves slow. Move slower. Move slower. Okay, let's try this again. Chat. Another annoying thing about this Moses rifle is that I can't charge and move at the same time. I have to stand still. Right, I'm capturing. Capture. Oh, where are they? Oh, hi. Ah, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Ah, ah, ah. Well, I had no chance against that. No chance at all. Oh well. My entire team is flanking. I can't even spawn anywhere that's safe. Yeah, everywhere. Okay, maybe here. I'm trying to give this guy back up. Come back to me. I'll be... Right. Just hold your shots until you're sure. I need to slow down. There we go. Oh. Fuck you! Oh my god. Yeah. Fuck. Okay, that was strange. Yeah! Oh my god, that Gundam is hideous. Green, purple, and yellow. Ugh. Let me spawn here and call in support fire. There. Let's go.
支援砲撃は失敗に終わりました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Did we kill the pilot? Yeah, we did. Hang on, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, what, really? He dodged. Oh, that's not good. Hi, can I help you? Yeah. Thank you. No, you don't. Finish him. I'm with you. Go! Where did that come from? go up there. Oh shit! Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Hi Nigel, welcome. We're playing this again. Is that a Gundam colored? I don't know what the fuck that is, but it's Gundam colored. Spawn here. Come on. Come on. We need bombardment, hurry. Bombard, there. How's it going, Nigel? We're playing this game for real now. I am isolated. I'm backing up. At least until I find someone. Oh, you're all here. I can't see his feet. We seriously attacking the base? Oh, this is really risky. Ah, damn. One down. Okay, we just have to survive. Oh, god damn it. I'm backing up. Damn. Okay, as long as we don't die, we win. Yes! Yes, I got it. Oh, that was chaotic. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, this game is actually really fun. It's tense, but it's tense in a good way. When you have a good match going. Nice. Oh. Premium battle has been rewarded for completing a mission. I'm probably never gonna use those, to be honest. Oh, this game is tense. Okay, let's go. Let's try to see if we can get into one more mission. We need to sort into one more ground battle, so yeah. Once I'm done sorting into ground battles, then I'm going to shift into space battles. Well, I'll probably have to use a different... Ah, goddammit. Are you serious? No! No, get me back in. Hurry, get back in. Come on. I only need one more ground battle. I only need one more. One more. Just one more ground battle. Just one more battle. Oop. Come on. Come on. We can if I can sortie for one more, then I have that mission completed, then I can go back into space battles and try to do space battles. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, god damn it. More people. Come on. God damn it, get in here! Motherfuckers! Oh well. More than likely I'm going to have to drop down to a 350 ground suit, so let me double check what my 350 suits are. Right, it's the Zaku Sniper, isn't it? Yeah. Wait, is it a Zaku Sniper or is it something else? I could have sworn that I recolored the Zaku Sniper based on my colors. Did I not? Question mark? Apparently not. Oh, I'll fix it next time. Alright, let's go. Dom single cannon. I still don't know why they needed to create two different types of Doms. Dom cannons. One is single cannon, one is double cannon. Yeah, like... it looks exactly the same. Oh, Dom Barrage. That was one MS that I was actually really interested in. The Dom Barrage. Okay, we do not have a raid. We have 3 Galgooks. Hey, let's go. More combat trucks, Jack. Green barges. Let's go. After this, I'm going to do a little bit of mobile suit maintenance. I need to double check to see what my 350 cost mobile suit is. I could have sworn it was... I painted the 350 mobile suit. But maybe I forgot. Oh yeah, all going that way. Ah, damn it. Fuck that piece of scaffolding. Here they come. prefer fighting on the ground. Let's go. Oh god, it's that hideous Gundam again. Oh. What? How the hell did I miss? Fuck you! Oh god damn it! God damn it! Ah! 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 Yeah! That is an Alex. You're extremely hideous Alex, but it's an Alex.
味方機が撃破されました。出撃お願いします。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。味方機が撃破されました。
Oh! What else is he hitting me with? Fuck you!
損傷警備。
No, you don't.
敵モビルスーツ撃破。
There's something here. I see you. Bitch. No, you don't. Shit. Ugh. Oh, damn it. He can't attack me and I can't attack him. Ah. Oh, god damn it. Fuck you. Ah. Yeah, there's no way for me to get out of that. Fuck. Here, I need to help him out. Hi. Oh, god damn it. Really? Fuck you! Ugh. Fuck you! Fuck you! I'm in no condition to fight, but I have to try. Oh, damn it. I have to get back to base, if at all possible. Ah, shit. Hi.
後方部隊からの支援砲撃が来ます。作戦の
あ
開始が2分です。本作戦における拠点の重要度が上昇しました。味方機が
Ah! Fuck!
敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Oh, thank you. I'm trying so hard now, right now. Okay, I can. If I can get in here and call in.
味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
I got it, I got it.
長距離通信の準備完了。座標確定。
Oh shit. No, you don't.
砲撃が来ます。味方機が撃破されました。砲撃終了です。
I see you.
敵モビルスーツ撃破。支援砲撃の効果ある。作戦残り時間。
Oh god.
最後まで油断しないで。
Damn it. Sorry. What the hell? Come on. Survive. Survive. Oh. Right up. Yeah. Got it. Oh. That's a Saku cannon, isn't it? Oh, some kind of Saku flipper. Ah. Oh, that was good. Ah.
称賛されました。
Ah. Oh. Ah. Ah. Ah.
今回の戦闘報酬です。
Ah. I can see why people enjoy this game. It's a lot more tense than Gundam Overwatch, but at the same time it lends itself to looser and more chaotic combat than Gundam Overwatch. Ah. Oh. Ah. Hang on a second. I'm curious about something. How many or how few people were playing Gundam Evolution when it shut down? Okay. Gundam Evolution only had player bases in the 1000. Oh god. Okay, yeah, this is terrible. Oh my god. Oh my god, they sub 1000. Oh god. Yeah, okay, yeah. This game is yeah. No wonder the game died. They dropped sub 1000. That is death for a online game. And that's sub 1000 max players. Oh, that's terrible. But Gundam Battle Op can at least grab about 5 to 7k peak. So that's actually, if they can maintain this and you're okay with this, then yeah, it's it should be good. Ooh, maps have changed. We have a 600 match now. Let me see here. I need to check my... Well, two things I want to check. I want to check my 350 suit. I really didn't repaint it, huh? I'll worry about that later. For now, I need to prep a 600 cost suit. And the best thing I got is the GPL4, which is a 550 suit. Wait, I know for a fact I repainted my GPL4. Hang on. Okay, I know for a fact I repainted my GPL4. It reset to the default setting. So does that mean that this resetted to default setting as well? Okay. I knew I repainted it. Okay, hang on. I need to check the decorations because I just realized the Zaku has a decoration. What? Ah, it has an antenna. I'll keep the antenna. Can I buy any 600 cost unit that I would like to use? Warhammer Gundam 4, Healing Custom, Gaffley. Gaffley is a 600 cost, really? That's really high. Giradolga Heavy Arms. Oh, what does this have? The machine gun, ballistic cannon, cluster cannon. I don't think I'll be good with this. Wow. Yalgu Cannon level 4, really? The Gogu Cannon is not a good unit though, so I'm probably not going to buy that. Gaber Tetra, Yalgu Vertex. Are you Johnny Whedon? Chimera Core. Why are there so many units in Gundam with red paint? Makes it hard to figure out who's who. I can buy the GP04. Okay, I might do that, but let me see. What do you have? MLRS. Rocket launcher, so you're just purely a rocket launcher platform. And you are a beam bazooka. You are just purely about beam bazooka. Yeah. Let me check something. I'm very curious about this. What's the size of this shield? LL, of course. No wonder it takes so much for me to destroy the damn shield. I'm likely gonna buy the GP04. I really like the GP04. Mama. You're really doing the whole Rizel is a Metis descendant with this, aren't they? Mudrock? Nah, I don't really like the Mudrock. Palace Beam. I've always liked this, but what do you have? You have Beam Cannon, a small missile launcher, Mega Beam Cannon. Shoulder Beam Cannon. Large missiles. Twin Beam Grenade Launcher. So many weapons on this damn thing. This is what happens when Shirako designs a mobile suit. Chat. Put so many weird weapons on it. VZ. I'm surprised we have the VZ custom but not the VZ itself. Entire week. I'm actually really curious about the DJ. Akushiki Beam Rifle. I can make a launcher. You do not have a shield. That is... You don't? Yeah, you do not have a shield at all. That's unfortunate. I need a... opposite that has a shield. I've seen a lot of people use the Super Gundam. What do you have? A long rifle, a missile launcher, and a dummy balloon launcher. That's just all it is, huh? I have no idea what the fuck the Zero Shiki is. Koi Bazooka. How are you a support suit when you have no range at all? Oh, how nice. They made all of the Zeta Plus Zeta variants the same cost as the Zeta Gundam. Yeah, okay, let's just buy the GPL4. I really like this. No sense in me getting anything else. Right. Let us now customize the GPL4. Or the new version. Does that have everything I want? Yes. But I could put more into it. Yeah, I have so much more space. Let's see. Is there anything I could buy from you that could fit me here? Custom parts? I could buy improved beam resistance, ballistic resistance, melee resistance. Thruster overheating. Is the J-Gun Aquas in this game? I do not believe we have the J-Gun Aquas specifically. I could double check for you in a second. Let me finish my train of thought. Let me buy the... Do I want to buy the armors? Yes, buy the armors. I may not be able to use them, but buy them first. We'll worry about... fitting them in a moment. Right, so the J-Gun Aquas. Easier to find based off name. Okay, these are the J-Guns we have. There's technically a prototype J-Gun that we can also get, but these are the two main J-Guns. Let me see. I believe there's a prototype J-Gun, isn't there? Yeah, prototype Stark J-Gun. So we only have the standard J-Gun and the prototype Stark J-Gun. Let me see, do we have the Stark J-Gun? We do not. At least this is in the... I'm checking the supply counter. If the J-Gun variants in any of these supply drops, I don't know. And I couldn't be bothered to check. That's the answer. You might... Wait, what weapons do the Aquas team usually have anyway that's different? I know that they have a beam knife, don't they? Do they have any other weapons that's unique to them? Let me see if we have them listed as Aquas. No, we don't. Let's see, the generic J-Gun has a beam rifle, a grenade, a thrown grenade, shield, missile launcher, and just a shield. That's it. You have box standard equipment list. What else? The prototype Star J-Gun has the J-Gun beam rifle, a machine cannon in the chest, surprisingly, and the anti-ship missiles, and 2 grenades. You think they have a bazooka? Yeah, you're right, they do have a bazooka. Yeah, unfortunately, we do not have a J-Gun with a bazooka. The closest you're going to be able to get to that would be one of the GM variants. I believe the GM variants have bazookas. The GM2, we have the GM3. GM Camove, GM Cannons, GM Cannon, GM... Yeah, we have like 100 GMs, as you can see. Yeah, you might have to settle for a GM variant. You know, personally, I feel like the GM custom is thematically very close to the Jagan. Especially if you go for the... Let me see here. Okay, I might not be able to buy it anymore because I believe I already bought it. Nope, yeah, here it is. The GM Cannon 2. You could just buy a GM Custom or the GM Cannon 2 and then recolor it to be an Equus Jagan with fancy weapons. Besides the GM Custom is cool. Anyway, at least that's why I think so. Okay, let me get back to what I need to do. I need to customize my GPO4. Let's see here. I would want... At this level, I'm going to be fighting a lot of beam weapons, so I would want anti-beam resistance. And then... anti-melee, can I fit it? I cannot. I'm over. I have a lot of 3 points in medium and close range right now. 5 and 3. Let's see if I can buy anything that I could replace to make this more efficient. This would be good. Reduce overheating. This is actually really good. Let me... let me finish this. Can I replace the weaker one? I cannot. Alright, so let us replace the stronger version. And then... can I replace this with... No, I cannot. Is there anything I can replace for better efficiency? I have 3 points in close range and 2 points in medium. This easy 8 in this game? Yes, in fact, there are multiple versions of the easy 8. Let me finish my train of thought first, and I'll show you. If excuse me one moment. Let me just quickly finish this. Hope you don't mind. Give me a couple of minutes. I know a lot of people tend to go for speed, but honestly, the GPO4 is so fast that I don't think I need more speed. Or do I just get... Or do I just fit more speed just because I can? If I were to remove this, how much speed can I fit? +5 thruster. Decision chat. Weapon reload or speed? Nah, weapon reload. I'm a support gunner, so I need to be able to reload my weapons as fast as possible. Okay, so yeah. Now to answer your question, yes, we have multiple versions of the EZ8. In fact, allow me to show you. Oops, I'm in the wrong menu. Hang on. I'll filter by cost. It'll be easier this way. Let's see here. Where is it? It's not here. Is it higher costs? It'll be around here somewhere. Or is it actually lower cost? Can't be that low. Yeah, it's not this low. Or did I already buy it? I might have already bought it. Okay, now here we have the Gundam ground type, which there are actually two versions of the Gundam ground type. One with the beam rifle, or the machine gun, and then one with the cannon. For some reason, the cannon and the machine gun version of the Gundam ground type are separated. Why? I don't know. They just did it that way. See, did I buy the Gundam ground type already? And we also have the EZ8. Let me see if I have the EZ8 unlocked. Yeah, I have the EZ8 unlocked. So we have the standard EZ8, which has the beam rifle and the shield and the Vulcan gun. That's it. And then we have the standard Gundam ground type, which is beam rifle, chest Vulcan, flash grenade, and shield. That's it. That's a standard. And then there is a weapon rack variant. The weapon rack variant. Let me go back and try to find it. It should be here somewhere. Here we are. The weapon rack variant. The weapon rack variant has the cannon and a machine gun and a beam rifle, but no missile launcher. I don't know why none of the Gundam ground types or the EZ8 have the missile launcher. They only have the cannon in the weapon rack variant. But oh, there's the EZ8. Two different forms of it, along with the Gundam ground type in two different forms as well. Holy mama, you play this game. This game it's fun, but it's Japan jank, if that makes sense. It is very jank in the way that Japanese games are jank. It is available for PC and available for console. It is alive on console and very well very high. It's the console is the main platform basically. On PC, it has a player base, but if you were to play on PC, you will find that the Steam reviews shows that it is yeah, it's overwhelmingly negative on Steam, and that's fucking why the matchmaker is unreliable as hell. And there's another reason why it's overwhelmingly negative on Steam. Let me show you. Okay, it's impossible for us to track this on PlayStation, but on Steam at the very least we can track this. You see the player base? Ignore this dip to 200 because this is maintenance, but yeah, this is the player base. It goes from the low 1000 all the way up to 5000, 6000, give or take, and then drops off a cliff at a very specific point. The reason why the player base is so... it's like this, such low lows and such high highs, is because the player base is entirely clustered in one region. That is East Asia. Southeast Asia and East Asia. Every time when East Asia is like at 3, 4 in the morning, they're all sleeping, so matchmaking is really difficult. But when East Asia is awake, and then it just starts going up and up and up until it hits evening in East Asia, and when everyone is awake and playing together, and then it drops off a cliff because East Asia has gone to bed. So yeah, keep that in mind if you intend to play this game on Steam at least. I don't know how the player base is on console. It might be a lot more well-rounded, but I don't think there's any way for us to figure out exactly how many people are playing on consoles. I only know the PC. So yeah, if you play, good luck. And if you play on PC, keep in mind prime time. I am playing right now at just after prime time. Prime time is about to, if you can see exactly 1 week ago, it's about to drop off a cliff. Over the next 2-3 hours, it's going to drop off a cliff as East Asia goes to bed. Alright, let's go. Ooh, I see a lot of... Wait, is that Hyakushiki or was that Delta Gundam? Chat, were the names Delta Gundam or Hyakushiki or Zero Shiki or whatever? I got you. Oh. More combat jokes, chat. Bye, cheers. Also, yes, you can repaint your Gundams. It takes a little bit for you to unlock the ability to repaint, but you can custom paint your Gundams. This is my custom painted GP04. Let's go! Let's go! Okay, it's been a while since I fought in space. Need to get used to fighting in space again. Space is very different from fighting on ground. Where are you? I don't see him. Enemy spotted. Oh wow, they're getting really close. Oh god! Get right here. Gotcha. Oh shit. Oh. I have more range than you, bitch.
敵モビルスーツ
Got him.
撃破
Gotcha. No, you don't. Fuck you.
モビルスーツ撃破
Oh shit.
防御力低下
He took out my shield. Oh, that means I'm faster now.
敵モビルスーツ
Fuck you.
撃破
Support the Zeta Gundam.
味方機が撃破されました。宇宙での戦闘にはもってこいの機体ですね。味方が
Fuck you.
敵モビルスーツ撃破
Whoever's piloting the Zeta Gundam is really good. Don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn. Don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn. Got it.
味方機が撃破されました。中継地点の制圧確認。中継地点の制圧確認。
Oh god!
戦闘継続に
Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
増加慎重だ
Ah! Ah!
味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。味方機が撃破されました。再出撃の場所と方法を選択してください。
Surprising we don't have Collins for this. Okay, I'm going to
味
sortie.
方機が撃破され
Oh
ました。
shit, he died. Okay, sortie here.
出撃お願いします。
We're too split up.
味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Fuck you!
味方機が撃破されました。中継地点は敵に確保されました。
Oh, damn it. Fuck you!
中継地点は敵に確保されました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
I'm overheated. Fuck you! Wait, he's crashed. Sorry. The dude's crashed. Stop attacking him.
この作戦、あなたがエースです。
Oh shit! I'm the ace?
撃破されました。
How the fuck am I the ace? Oh! I outrange you, bitch!
味方が敵モビ
Good
ルス
job!
ーツ撃破。
Oh,
戦闘継続に問題なし。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃
Gotcha!
作戦残り時間2分です。
Okay, I need to survive. I need to survive. No, you don't.
敵エースを撃破。
Okay. Protect me!
味方が敵
Good
の
job.
撃破。
Yeah, I need to stay back as much as I want to help him. Ah.
敵エースが復帰。注意してください。作戦残り時間1分です。最後まで油断しないで。
Oh shit! I'm been spotted. I'm backing up. I'm backing up.
損傷状態。
No, you don't.
慎重に。
You can't outrun me. I'm faster than you, bitch! Okay, maybe you're actually faster than me. But fuck you! I'm gonna make you
味方が
suffer for
敵
it!
のブーツ撃破。 そのモビルスーツはもう持ちません。脱出してください。
No, you don't!
敵エース作戦時間
Ah!
終了。
Ah! Motherfucker! Ah!
作戦成功です。
Ah!
圧倒的な勝利です。
Asshole kept trying to fucking come after me. Ah! 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 Ah. Okay, Skyblood. You're a really good setup pilot.
称賛されました。
How the hell did I get ace in that? What the fuck? Okay, I'm fairly certain the reason I got ace was not because of any strength on my part. It's because I had really good Zeta pilots in front of me. I was able to just constantly snipe them. Oh, that was good. Ah.
今回の戦闘報酬です。
Oh, I'm so happy. You know, when I first drew the GP04 as the noob gacha, you know, every gacha game has a noob gacha. When I drew the GP04, I was like, I don't care about GP04. But now that I've gotten used to the game, I'm like, oh my god, I love the GP04.
お疲
It's
れ
so
様でした。
good. It's so good, chat. Ah. Okay, yeah. So, what I learned from this game is that if you want to play it, at least on Steam, you have to play it during prime time. Which is... anytime starting from 4 to 3 hours ago up until maybe 2 hours from now. That's prime time for this. If you play during prime time, you can get so many good matches. If you play outside of that prime time, you are going to be crying. You'll be stuck in matchmaking hell. Pretty much. Also, Chokomi, if you are still here, there's one thing I need to mention about this game. You will notice that in order for me to start the match, I have to go into queues. These queues have cost limits, you can see there. Cost limit 300, 500, 600, so on and so forth. These cost limits only allow you to use the number displayed there and any unit that's 50 below. Any unit that's above or any unit that's more than 50 below, the costs listed here you cannot use. And you can see the timer down below of the screen, the sortie timer. Once the sortie timer runs out, it's going to swap to the next set of queues. There's a rating queue and a quick match queue. They each have their own queues. This is really important because units, different MS have different stats. You can see their costs, you can see where they are allowed to sortie. Like this Galgo ground type, which I was using a lot just now, can only be used in ground. The the Gundam EZ8 and Gundam ground type can also only be used in the ground. You cannot use this in space, and they have the specific costs. So if you want to use this, you need to pray for ground queues that have the cost limit that allows you to use these particular cost units. This is technically a bit of a gacha mechanic, but you can buy higher rank versions. Well, they break it down to levels. You can see the level of the units. You can see the unit name, and then there's a level 4. You can see in the icon and at the top right hand corner of the unit stats, the level 4. Basically, every unit in the game has a... Ooh, they have a mass production cubulate. I need to remember that. Every unit in the game has a starting cost, a level 1 cost, and then they have variants of the unit that steps the cost up by 50 and their level goes up by 1. So in order to use your favorite unit in as many different match types as possible, you need to buy the first version of the unit and then buy every subsequent step up cost of that unit you can get, so that you can use it in as many different match cost ranges as possible. Let me see, the Gundam ground type and the Gundam EZ8 goes up to let's see here. I don't know how high costs the Gundam. Gundam, 4 Armor Gundam, G Gundam, 4 Armor Gundam ground type. This is a very weird unit, but there's the full Armor Gundam ground type. The gun cannons. Okay. The EZ8, the Gundam ground type, I believe it looks like it goes all the way up to level 5, which is 500 costs. The Easy 8. Is there really no Easy 8 weapon rack for 500 costs? Or did I already get it? I might have already gotten it. No wait, I wouldn't have gotten it. Yeah, I'm not seeing a weapon rack version of the Easy 8 that goes up to 500 costs. Is it really not? Apparently it doesn't? Why wouldn't it though? It should. That is very strange. Oh. There's the limits of the Easy. Also, let me double check something. I saw a mass production Cubile while talking just now. Where's that mass production Cubile? I didn't know they had the mass production Cubile. Mass production Cubile? Where are you? Where are you? MP Cubile? MP Cubile? Why would they name it as MP Cubile rather than Cubile MP? That's so confusing. Okay, that's the Cubile Mark II, but where's the MP Cubile? There, the MP Cubile. I'm surprised they made it the same cost as the other Cubiles. Let's see, you have a beam gun, you have funnels, and you have active cannons. Oh, this is my dream unit. Even more dream unit than this. This is... Oh, I want this. What do I need to... What rank do I need? Ensign 10. Where? What? What is Ensign 10 and well, when can I get Ensign 10? Hang on. How do I even check my rank? My rank is Lance Corporal. What the hell is Ensign 10? GPO 2 ranks. Let's see here. I'm a Lance Corporal right now. Shit. Wait, no, this is different, isn't it? Yeah, this is gun GPO 1. I need GPO 2. Lance Corporal, Corporal, Sergeant, Master Sergeant, Ensign. Shit. Well, Second Lieutenant. Ensign is called Second Lieutenant. Okay. Well, Uh, I need to climb the ranks a lot more. GBL2. This is weird. Even though these are technically our ranks, military rank, they're called levels. Gundam Battle Operation 2 levels. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be ages before I can afford the Maswatashi Kivele. God damn it! God damn it! God fucking damn it! Oh well.
各種設定の確認変更をお願いします
Oh well. Let me take a short washroom break, chat. I need to go pee. Everyone, make sure you guys get up and stretch your legs as well, alright? Go to the washroom you need to, or go to the kitchen and grab some drinks or snacks. Whatever you need to do, now's the time to do it. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Mwah. Hi. Let's go check. Let's see what time is it. It's 12. I have only about an hour plus of stream time left. An hour or two of stream time left. Because after this I have to go and get ready for D&D. Unfortunately, the current D&D campaign we're playing is not streamed, but could be as soon as next week, chat. As soon as next week, we might have a D&D campaign going on every Saturday, starting in 3 hours from now, that we might be able to stream. I'll have to check in with the DM. Of course, I'll let you guys know on my Discord whether we'll end up the campaign ends up starting, but I hope it starts. I'm looking forward to playing it.
揮します。
Sadly,
出撃手配を行います。
no Gundam
それ
in
ではお気をつ
the
けて
D&D campaign.
出撃準備を
As
開始
much
して
as
く
I
だ
would
さい。
like to have Gundam in D&D. Okay, let's go.
チームが確定しました。 最終準備を行ってください。
Alrighty. Alright, let's go. I don't know when I should use my encourage. Other people are using their encourage right now. Alright. Let's see, we have 2 mass production double Zetas, 2 GP04, and a Zeku 1. Let's go! Time to get combat trucks, named by judges. Alright, let's go. Excuse me, sorry. Okay.
それでは戦場へ移動します。
Okay, let's go. Let's see if we can repeat the performance of last match. I know technically we can also customize our pilot suit, but I've been looking through the pilot suits available to me, at least the stuff that I could buy, and honestly, none of them look good. None of them look like pilots that I want to buy. Still waiting to see if I could find a pilot suit I really want. Alright, let's go. Capture it. Alright, now let's see where... Okay, there are multiple enemies here. I'm backing up. Need to link up with the rest of the team. I know they were there, but I don't see them. Oh, there's one. He is nearly dead already. Hot one. Okay, the other guy is going. Really? Are you seriously trying to bomb our ship right now? No, you're not. You're just hiding. Oh wow, it's a Zeon? You're not getting away, you know that, right?
味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破
Why? Damn.
味方機が撃破されました
Gotcha! Oh my god, the GPL4 is so fast! I love this! Oh, shield. Oh, whoa, whoa, where's that coming from? No, I'm not gonna chase that.
損傷警備
Shit!
戦闘
I'm
機
exposed. Back
味
up.
方が敵モビルスーツ撃破
Gotcha! Incoming. Damn, overheated my rifle.
味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破
Wow, that thing is really scary. No,
味方機が撃破されました
no! Shit. Oh my god. Ah! Shit. Okay, the guard plant is no joke. Need to be careful. That guy. Keep my distance.
再出撃の場所と方法を選択してください
Sortie at the back and then come in from the rear.
出撃お願いします味方機が撃破されました
Shit. Allies are dying.
敵モビルスーツ撃破味方機が撃破されました
Ah, damn. Shield impact. Okay, play safe. Play safe. Wait for the others. Whoa, whoa!
戦闘継続に問題なし 敵モビルスーツ撃
Gotcha.
破
Somehow he missed me.
エースが敵モビルスーツ撃破味方機が撃破されました
Oh shit. That's the ace. Shit, shit, shit. I need to protect him.
敵エースを撃破
Fuck you.
エースが危険です
No.
敵モビルスーツ
Ace, don't die. Don't die, don't die, don't die.
敵エースが復帰
Okay,
注
we.
意してください
Oi, Mr. Ace Man. You need to survive. Oi! Stop charging! We can protect you if you're charging into the enemy. Ah,
作戦残り時間2分です
oh, the Ace is also charging me. Oh, he's gonna die then.
エースが撃破されました
No, Ace died.
味方が敵モビルスーツ
Damn it.
撃破
Oh, technically we are kicking their asses though. Okay, both aces are kinda...
モビルスーツ
Oh, ah! Yeah.
敵 敵エースが復帰。注意して
Who
く
the
ださい。
hell killed me?
エースが再
Fucking
出撃しました。
cannon shot.
味方機が撃破されました。出撃お願いし。
Come on,
作
come on,
戦
come on,
残
come
り
on.
時間1分です。最後まで油断しないで。エースが敵モビルスーツ撃破。味方機が撃破されました。
No!
エースが危険です。
Hang on!
味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。味方機が撃破されました。
No! Protect the ace!
敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Fuck you!
撃破されました。
No!
作戦
God
時
damn
間
it!
終了。
Seriously? Mr. Ace, you need to learn to be
我々の勝利。
more conservative. God damn it, you do need to die. Eh. Ah.
今回の戦闘報酬です。
Oh, thank you. A lot of, wow, times 17 bonus. You know, looking at all the bonus times 22 times 17 bonus I'm getting, that kind of scares me a little. Because the fact that I'm getting so much times bonus is, you know what that tells me? That tells me that normally EXP and DP gains in this game are really slow, and grinding this game is gonna be hell if I don't make the most of all of these bonuses right now. Hi Susu, welcome. How's it going? Welcome to Trap Gundam. Yes, Trap Gundam piloting. Traps make the best Gundam. Yes.
出撃手配を行います。
OMG. Yeah, this is
それではお気をつけて。
this game is simultaneously really fun, but the more I think about what's going to happen,
準備が確定しました。最終準備を行ってください。
once my bonuses fall off, the more scared I am of how insanely slow the grind is gonna be. Oh, would you admit you're a D-Gen? Oh, definitely. Super D-Gen. I mean, headcanon, my character is a trap. Yeah, to kill and destroy Federation dogs, and definitely not to get captured and sold into sex slavery to be used as a sex slave in a brothel. No. I'm an elite pilot. Yes. Do you a favor? Yeah, sure. What? Do you need something? If it's possible, I'll try to do it. What the hell is a Gelgook Vertex Santos? I've never heard of it before. It looks like some kind of recon Gelgook. Get close to the screen and admit on thing you're a D-Gen for. Admit one thing I'm a D-Gen for?
それでは戦場へ移動します。
I'm not sure how specific you want me to be. uh, like, are you asking me for a specific character or just something more general? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how specific you want me to be. Okay, battle's about to start and I can't stop this, so I will remind me and I'll do it after this battle. Let's go. You get close and say what fetish you're degen for. There's a lot. I'm trying to think how specific I should go, you know? I'll think about it while fighting. Capture. Right. Capture. And back. And now, run the fuck away! Run away! Wow, they're fighting already over there. I'm gonna try to see if I can link up with them. See you. Gotcha! That is a Biarlan. I can't snipe him from all the way over here. You're very difficult to pin down. Oh shit! My fuck you! No! Okay, yeah. I think I have an idea of what I could say. I will say it once this battle's over. Shit, we're losing. We're being outclassed. What the hell is that number one guy doing? Okay, one down. Damn it, guys, you need to... Oh, whoa, where the hell did that... Oh my god, that's a cannon shot! Incoming. What? Damn. I don't know how I clipped him with that. As I just hit the swing. Okay, that Garplan is a danger. Need to focus him. Oh!
そのモビルスーツもう持ちません。モビルスーツ
Ah!
味方機が撃破されました。
Is the GM Striker better than Pixie Gundam? I have no clue. I'm not familiar with either of them, or at least their origins. Unfortunately, if you mean in the game itself, I don't know either. I'm not really interested in either suits because I don't know their origins.
味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。中継地点を敵に確保されました。味方機が撃破されました。エースが選出されました。エースが敵モビルスーツ撃破。味方の救援信号をキャッチ。敵エースを撃破。
Alright, we got the ace. Now we just have to protect our ace. If only our ace would willing to stick close to us. Ah, god damn it.
戦闘継続に問題なし。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。敵エースが復帰。注意してください。
One downside of the BR line, it's very wide.
作戦残り時間2分です。そのモビルスーツ
Ugh.
もう持ちません。脱出してください。味方機が撃破されました。味方機が撃破されました。エースが危険です。
Ah, damn it. What the hell is our ace doing?
エースが撃破されました。
No, you don't.
中継地点を敵に確保されました。
Ah. 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 Ah.
救援信号をキャッチ。作戦残り時間1分です。諦めないで。エースが再出撃お願いします。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。味方機が撃破されました。エースが危険です。損傷警
Ah, god damn it.
戦闘継続に問題なし。敵エースを撃破。エースが撃破されました。
Yeah, our ace is useless.
敵モビルスーツ撃破。作戦時間
Ah.
我々の敗北です。
Okay. Well, since I got my ass kicked and presumably got captured. Let me do. Is this close enough? Or do you want closer? You want closer.
称賛されました。
Hang on. Let me praise. There you go. So,
今回の戦闘報酬です。
is this close enough? So, you want me to say what I'm a DGen for? Let's see. I'm a DGen for mind break. Specifically, receiving the mind break. Is that what you're asking for? That's what I like. Yes, that. Well, I do like other things too. I like, TDs. I like, strength. Yeah. The thing I find the hardest is strength, and what better way to showcase that strength than to, physically, sexually overpower and dominate someone completely. Okay, yeah, that's all you're getting. That's all you're getting. That's all you're getting. I'm coming back down here. Right. Alright. Hi, cool. Welcome. Aye. So, yeah, we got our asses kicked during that match, but oh well. We tried our best. Whoever that enemy team was really good. That Garplan, I think that's the same Garplan I fought before. He's really good. Yeah, you've been lurking? It's okay, I appreciate the lurk. Thank you for the lurk, girl. Alright. Let's, well, yep, there is the reason why this game is overwhelmingly negative. Hang on, let me check the player number right now. Okay, yeah. East Asia is slowly going to bed and the number of players are starting to drop off. Yeah, maybe another hour or so of good matchmaking left. Can you when you play Ghost of Screen? Yeah, it's, I got a request and yeah, just for the request I didn't mind fulfilling. I'm actually very interested in the Gapsley. I want to see how it performs. I hope these pilots are good. Did you did you clip me saying what I'm degen for? Hope it was what you're asking for. Boleanox Summon. I'm surprised that the Boleanox Summon is a raid suit rather than a support suit. But then again, Shirako literally stuffed all of the mobile suits he designed with so much tech in them. They have weapons and techs galore. So even though the Boleanox Saman has technique, I believe it has really good sensor tech. They ended up classifying it as a raid suit anyway. Oh, yeah, thank you, and your life too. Oh, really? were you watching me when I said that on your stream? Oh well. Well, you got to hear me scream and die and then talk about mind break immediately after my character gets his ass kicked. stop and wait. Am I seeing that? Yep. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're not getting me today. Too late, motherfucker. Scumbag tried to fucking sneak behind me. Wow, that guy is crazy. Hang on, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, this guy is so fast. Oh my god, I can't. I don't know if I can hit him. He's so fucking fast. Shit, I'm overheated. Oh my god. It's fine. I'm faster too now. Oh god damn it. What? Oh god damn it. Ah. Come on, you have to kill him. Nice. You have a hot day. You too. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Gotcha. Okay, time to back up and join my teammates. Oh god damn it. They keep blowing up my shield. Where did that shot come from? What the hell is this guy made of? He's so fucking fast! Okay, this guy is good. This guy is really good. Damn it. Getting outclassed. Okay, better for us to just wait until everyone's ready. And let's go. Oh, there's someone here. There's someone here above us. I think I don't see you. Oh my god! Oh shit, I'm the ace again. That's not good. Okay, I need to stay safe. Okay, one down. Ah, damn. Don't miss, don't miss, don't miss.
敵エースが復帰。注意してください。味方機が撃破されました。作戦残り時間2分です。味方機が撃破されました。
Shit.
味方が敵機をマーキングしました。損傷増加。慎重に。そのラビルスーツもう持ちません。脱出してください。
Oh, god damn it! Yeah.
味方機が撃破されました。味方機が撃破されました。
Yeah, we're being outclassed.
味方機が作戦残り時間1分です。諦めないで。
Okay, we need to wait again until everyone's ready. Oh, you're spawning there? Okay.
お願いします。味方が敵機をマーキングしました。 敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Oh well, we tried.
我々の敗北です。
Damn it. Damn it.
称賛されました。
Damn it. Eh?
今回の戦闘報酬です。
Yeah, whoever that Delta Gundam pilot was, that guy was really good. Yeah, or he was a Hyakushiki. He looks like a Delta Gundam, but he might have been Hyakushiki because I didn't see him transform actually. You know what? He might actually have been
出
Hyakushiki.
撃手配を行います。
Now you think about it.
気をつけてい
Oh,
ってらっしゃい。
let's go.
出
Back
撃
again.
準備を開始してください。
One more. Something I want to check actually about my...
チームが確定しました。
Oh, this is going to be
最終準
really
備を行ってく
annoying.
ださい。
Enhancements are based on the specific unit. That means I have to enhance every single variant of the GP04 separately. Really? It's painful. Oh. Ooh, wow. Rizel, Hyakushiki Kai. Check it. Wait, we have a J-Gun Aquas type. Jokowi, if you're still there, we have a Jagan. He's right here. I don't know what his stats are, but yeah.
それでは戦場へ移動します。
I wonder how we're supposed to pick it up then. Must have been one of the limited drops. Huh. Okay, let's see what Mr. Jagan Aquas type can do.
作戦スタートです。
I'm getting really good at dashing there and stopping. And uh-oh. Oh, multiple enemies on top of me. Nope, nope, nope. I'm leaving. 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 I'm fucking leaving! Oh my god! Why are they all here? Yeah! Yep, all of them just charged around that site. Wait, how did they get past the others if they were there? And you know, I'm not gonna question it. Yeah. 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 What's going on? What the fuck is happening? Is that an entire team of pre-mates? Because they are bum rushing us.
出撃お願いします。中継地点を敵に確保されました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。中継地点を敵に確保されました。 味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Oh, they're right below us.
中継地点制圧確認。
Fuck you! I'm the ace. Fuck. Okay, I have to stay alive. No matter what, I have to stay alive.
中継地点敵に確保されました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Oh shit! Ah! He chased after me. Fuck! Both aces died.
味方機が撃破されました。作戦残り時間2分です。味方機が撃破されました。
Yeah, back up, back up, back up, back up.
敵エースが復帰。注意してください。出撃お願いします。
Oh god. No, you don't. I see you. I see you. I see you. Ugh. Oh god! I don't even know what killed me. My god! This is a fucking clusterfuck! Ah! Fuck! Damn it. Yeah, god damn it. Oh god. This is crazy. This is what a 600 score fight. This is like, oh my god. Yeah.
今回の戦闘報酬です。
It definitely feels like the enemy team were pre-made, or at least partially a pre-made. God, I got at the start over there. I got gang
出撃
banged
手配を行います。
3v1.
気をつけていってらっしゃい。出撃準備を開始してください。
God, fucking hell. Okay, maybe going for that capture is a bad idea. Because I'm finding that
チームが確定しました。最終準備
people
を行っ
tend
て
to
ください。
rush that capture point. They rush it and murder whoever was on that capture point. Never mind. Can I still have combat trucks? No, I'm completely out. Okay, water time. I'm just stay hydrated, chat. I'm getting really good at letting out snapshots for this gun, but I need to learn how to do it while running away. Alright, let's go. I wonder. Excuse me. What happened?
まもなく戦闘エリアに到達。順次出撃。
I wonder how many people actually dual queue or have pre-mates in this game. Is it common or is it something that is rare? Right, let's go.
作戦スタートです。
I'm gonna try it one last time. See my gamble pays off.
中継地点の制圧確認。 味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
The Bialan. Is that? That's the same Bialan I fought before.
敵に確保されました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
They were doing a lot. This team is doing a lot better than the previous teams I was with. Almost feel sorry for the Yakushiki. Yeah, it's becoming a fucking cluster now. Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Okay, I'm backing up. Backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. No, you don't. Gotcha! Ugh. Oh, that guy can't be interrupted when he's performing a mirror. Ah! Oh, god damn it. I should have waited. Damn it. Oh my god. Yeah, we're being spawn camped. Fuck. We might have lost because we didn't go allowed ourselves to be spawn camp. Okay, wherever the aces is feeding, so, well, we've caught back. Yeah, we caught up. We just need to stick together right now and fight as a group. Oh, god damn it. Why me? I'm not even the ace this time. Fuck! My god, I have no idea what's going on. Are we winning or losing? I honestly can't tell. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, we need to regroup. Ah. Damn it! Damn it! Oh, that was close. If we didn't get spawn camped, we might have won. Shit! Damn it! Ah, rating down. No! Yeah. Climbing the rating is impossible in this game. Damn it! Damn it! How many more space battles do I even need to do actually? I need to do 3 more and win once. God damn it, so many fucking space battles. Okay, let's try to see if I can actually complete this. Hey, do I need to... SD... It did... The points did change, so let me mess with this real quick. Can I equip anti-beam? No, I can't. Yeah, I can't do anything here. Can I equip? Alright, level 1 GP04. Slower, but we'll see what happens. Ooh, we have a Jester. To Zeong, Yakushiki, Jester. GP04. One of the things I'm learning is that apparently raid suits have super armor when they're performing melee attacks, so they can't be interrupted. Ooh, another J-Gun Aqua thing. I recognize the name, GWR. I feel like, isn't it the same guy I fought just now? It feels like it's the same guy I fought just now. Time to find out. Okay, let's go. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll be able to complete that step. Kidding. Oh wow, that's a. What the hell did he do to that Zeong? Oh my god! Oh, that's hideous! Oh! What the hell? Did someone just shoot at me? Fucking bitch! Seriously? Fuck you! What, really? Another one? Yeah, okay, those two are definitely pre-made. GWR? Yeah. Well, while those two pre-mates are sneaking around, your friends just got destroyed. Oh shit. Okay, got him. Oh! Being split up by the bombardment. Shit, I have to go around. No you don't, no you don't, no you don't, no you don't. No you don't. I heard that. Lucky, Lucky, thank you so much for subscribing. I believe you're my first Kick subscriber. Thank you so much, Lucky. Thank you! I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of fighting right now! Yeah.
味方機が撃破されました。
Shit. Thank you so much, Lucky! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
砲撃支援が実施されます。
Unless I
危険エリア
missed and someone else was the first. I'm not entirely sure though.
後方部隊から支援砲撃が来ます。
Hi.
味方が敵モビルスーツ砲撃終了です。支援砲撃の効果な
Hi.
り一気に攻めましょう。
Oh shit. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You're not gonna ambush my friends.
味方機が撃破されました。
How the hell is this guy still killing us?
敵モビルスーツ撃破。戦況的にはこちらが優勢です。
Oh shit. They charge forward? Oh, they're surrounded. Back up! Back up! Back up!
されました。 味方機が撃破されました。
Oh!
慎重に。
I have to back up. I'm sorry! Oh shit! What? Where the hell did you come from?
してください。 味方機が撃破されました。中継地点の制圧確認。作戦残り時間2分です。本作戦
Shit, I was retreating to try to repair, but they stopped me from retreating.
撃破されました。
Oh god! No, 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 no. No! Ah! Shit. Yeah, fighting so. That's funny, you have to activate the founder badge yourself. Oh! Well, congratulations on becoming a founder, Lucky. Thank you. Mwah, mwah. Thank you so much. Need to get back out there.
出撃お願いします。味方機が撃破されました。
Hi. Pleasure meeting you guys.
作戦残り時間1
Oh,
分
that's not good.
諦めないで。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。砲撃支援が実施されます。危険エリア離脱してください。味方機が撃破されました。
I think that's my first melee kill I ever got. Oh my god!
砲撃終了です。支援
Oh, that was amazing.
敵部隊に大ダメージを与えました。
Okay, now we have to survive.
味方から
Nobody fucking die, and we win. Uh,
砲撃が来ます。
okay, nobody die. Spread out, spread out, spread out. Spread out. Okay.
作戦時間
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, that was so close.
勝ちました。僅差ながら価値のある勝利です。
Ah. Ah.
称賛されました。 Really? I died the least amount of times on my team. Oh. Ah.
Uh, and you know what? I think I got my first melee kill. uh, uh. Meleeing in this game is really hard, especially when I'm a support mech. And support mech is the name support is a bit of a misnomer in this game. The name support means fire support. It means long range usually. Fire support, lots of guns, lots of range attacks, and it also means that my melee damage is 1. Not nearly as good as or as consistent as actual melee units, and 2, the melee damage I can do is quite low. And yay, I got a melee kill. Got back a little bit ago from watching Parade and Fairfoot. Oh, it's at the. Wait, no, it's not the autumn festival yet, right? It's still summer stuff. Oh, hope you got a lot of good food. I'm going to be ending stream soonish. Because we need to prepare for D&D in a bit, don't we? Well, I believe the tentative plan was first to wrap up the season for your campaign and then do almost like a session 0 for our campaign, wasn't it? Wasn't that what we were planning to do? Oh, I need to sortie. I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete the stuff I want to do today. I'm trying to get that. Okay, I need to sortie 2 more times into space and win 1 of those. Let's see if I can do it. It's called Hometown Days, last full weekend of July. Oh, okay. Is there any specific food that's normally sold during those fairs? Any nice food? See, what do we have? GP03 Stamen, Gyrodoga, Gian Eos. I'm actually surprised that there is a range Gian, but then again, this is Gundam Battle Up after all. They have every fucking side story and variant mech known to UC Gundam. I'm actually surprised that at the amount of variants they have, so yeah, I shouldn't be too surprised that there's a generalist Gian. Yeah, for the booty. Oh, my booty? Wait, you shouldn't be here for my booty, we're here for the enemy booty. We're here to capture some Federation dogs and sell them to sex slayer, yes. Pulled pork on mac and cheese. Ooh, mac and cheese with pork. Oh, that sounds amazing. You know, I still technically have one large box of mac and cheese that I still haven't cooked yet, sitting in the cupboard. I need to remember to cook it. I know this stuffy. Mostly a small tent market with garage sales going on. Oh, okay. One of those smaller fair, just community type deals. Alright. Capture you. No, Chan, no. You're supposed to help me capture some Federation dogs, Chan. You're not supposed to capture me. Let's go. Let's see if I can complete the current step of the limited missions.
作戦スタートです。
Oh, where the hell are we? Huh, interesting. That marker is upside down.
中継地点は敵に確保されました。
I have never fought here before.
中継地点の制圧確認。
Actually, wait, no, I think I have fought here once. Oh shit, you're all here.
敵に確保されました。
You know we're alone, right?
中継地点の制圧確認。
Yeah, we're being outgunned massively. I don't think we can win this not unless offense flank them like that.
損傷
Ugh.
戦闘継続に問題なし。
I tried to sneak below. Yes, he did. What? How the hell did I hit his shield? Wait, we're being flanked. I think I don't see you there. What is Super Gundam doing all the way over here? Hi. No, you don't. Fuck you. Finish him off. Good job. How the hell did they push all the way into our base? Oh, well, they're all dead now. Why is there an ally suit all the way over there? Well, he died. Try to meet up with... What was he shooting at? Oh my god, you're charging, really? Gotta back up. Ooh. It's a little too crowded here. Way too crowded. Ah.
防御力低下。そのモビルスーツもう持ちません。
Ah!
大破。
Fuck!
厳しい戦いですが諦めないで。
Hey, that's the Jagan and Ghost type.
再出撃の場所と方法を選択してください。
I'm gonna spawn at D. That's where all my allies are. Spawning at F would be a really bad idea.
出撃お願いします。
Hi guys, what's going on? I think I don't see you
味
there.
方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
What? Where the hell did you come from?
損傷警備。戦闘継続に問題なく。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。 作戦残り時間2分です。
What the hell are you doing?
重要度が上昇しました。
You have a death wish or something? What? What? Oh god damn it! Ah! Yeah. Oh, this is a really tough map to fight in. So claustrophobic.
味方機が撃破されました。 出撃お願いします。
Right?
味方機が撃破されました。 味方機が撃破されました。 敵モビルスーツ撃破。損傷警備。戦闘継続に問題なく。
Ah! Wah, 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 wah!
そのモビルスーツもう大破。 味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Who exploded there? I'm not sure. Fuck.
戦時間
Fuck. Fuck. Oh, we saw good, but then
我々の敗北です。
in the end we lost. Again with a bazooka. Oh, interesting.
称賛されました。
Damn it. How the hell did I get third? Oh, my team must have been garbage.
今回の
Can't you
センター
verify
配
your
信で
humor before you log into Roll20? Yeah, it's normal. Roll20 wants you to... Ooh, complete all limited missions? Nice. Okay, I completed... Well, it said complete all limited missions, but actually I only completed one set of limited missions. Still got some more I need to complete. Okay, Chen,
お疲れ様でした。
let me take a short washroom break. We still have that to complete. I need to sort it to space one more time and win. No idea if I'm gonna be able to complete it, but oh well. Let me take a short washroom break, chat. I'll be right back. Wonder why my stomach feels a little bit queasy, but oh, it should be fine. Just give me. I just need to go and pee. Okay, chat. Okay. Oh, by the way, Lucky, if you're still here. So if I'm not mistaken, we were going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wrap up for your season, and then possibly do a session 0 for Ganon's game, right? Was that the tentative plan for today, or no? What do you think, Lucky? I technically still need to make some minor... Actually, no, I don't need to make any more real adjustments to my D&D avatar to take a picture for the icon. Although, actually, no, technically I do need to... I do need to take some screenshots after doing the modification to my D&D character. I'll try to make sure that I get it done maybe tomorrow. Actually, I'll try to get it done tomorrow. No RAM mine for break. Session 0 but could be happening. Yeah, I think that's more likely what's gonna happen. When we after we wrap yours for break, and we'll probably just do a shortish session 0 for Ganon's. Let's talk a little bit about it. What? Oh, god damn it. I don't know why the game sometimes just kicks you out of matchmaking. That's such a weird thing. No error, it just immediately boots you out. Normally, if your matchmaking fails, it should give you a failed matchmaking error, but sometimes it just doesn't give you any error at all. It just goes black. I'm finding difficult people now. The equipment and pick spell force problem. I believe all my equipment is already sorted. Technically there was a magic item I wanted, but sadly I can't afford it if I want to have magic weapon enchantments on both sides of my weapon. That's the one downside of having a double weapon. I have to enchant both sides of it. That's so expensive. In fact, I don't even have magic armor. My armor is masterwork. Just because I had to enchant both sides of my weapon. Oh. Craft on this item, feed for level 3. Oh, you're gonna go crafter. Okay. Some crafting. I need to look up what you can actually craft. Make buffing items. Depending on how expensive it's gonna be, I might ask you to craft me the healing belt. Magic item, if it's at all possible, but we'll see what happens. Once the session actually starts. Oh, why am I coughing so much? I'm reaching my water. Okay. Let's go, chat.
作戦スタートです。
Well, without from White's character, maybe. Yeah, but we'll see. Well, I'll decide on it when comes time, you know? Alright, let's go. Where? Whoa, 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 where did that come from? There they are. Oh my god, they're wrapping around us. Ah! Eh. Okay, so it's actually possible for a raid character to double melee me to death. Damn it. What? Bomb planted? Are you serious?
出撃お願いします。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。味方機が撃破されました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
How the hell did he plant a bomb so quickly?
中継地点を敵に確保されました。拠点の爆弾撤去を確認。
You're not gonna find me there. Okay, okay. Was distracted.
味方機が撃破されました。敵拠点に爆弾設置に成功。味方機が撃破されました。
I'm here. Motherfucker tried to plant a bomb in our asses.
味方機が撃破されました。損傷警備。戦闘継続に問題なし。敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Fucking hell.
設置した爆弾が解除されました。作戦行動を円滑にするため中継地点の制圧をお願いします。
Where the hell did that guy come from? I didn't even see him on the radar.
味方機が撃破されました。砲撃が来ます。 味方機が撃破されま
Yeah,
した。
there was no way I was gonna get back into my
出撃お願い
MS.
します。 味方機が撃破されました。味方機が撃破されました。
Damn it.
損傷警備。
Ah!
戦闘継続に問題なし。 味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Fucking hell. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Come here! Come here! Bitch!
厳しい戦いですが諦めないで。
How many fucking dodges does he fucking have? And how much shield does he have?
味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Damn. Whoa! Where the hell did you come from? Fucking hell. Yeah.
味方機が撃破されました。
Damn it. Not doing well.
出撃お願いします。作戦残り時間2分です。本作戦における拠点の重要度が上昇しました。 味方機が撃破されました。 味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
What the fuck is that? Oh god. Ah, fucking. Yeah.
諦めないで。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Damn it. Good girl, you game. You try. I'm trying.
味方機が撃破されました。出撃お願いします。
What the hell are they? What is that shield he has?
味方機が撃破されました。
Oh god damn it, are you serious? Oh fuck! What's going on? Ah!
我々の敗北。
Yeah. Damn it. Oh well. Damn it! Went rank down again. Some of these guys are really, really good. Alright, so I'm almost done with that. Limited, I just need to win one space battle. Let's see if I can win. Okay, last match for the night chat. Last match. After this, I have to and get ready for D&D. Let's go. One more last match. Let's see if I can win this. Gonna fucking win this. Fucking oh gosh, I fucking. Just need one more win. Just one more win. Considering how many times I have to win for this stage, I wonder how hard the final stage is going to be.
出撃手続きします。
Because after
出撃手配を行いま
this
す。
current step, there's one more step that I have to do.
出撃準備を開始してください。
Oh Okay. Different people again. Alright, let's go.
チームが確定しました。最終準備を行ってください。
Let's go. Let's go. All I need is one more win. Just one more win. Gabra, Tetra, and GP04 in the same team. This should be interesting. The only thing we're missing is the Galgoog Marine Commander type. Is Sionbari AFK? Oh, now he goes into fucking Haro. Well, whatever you're trying to do, you need to do it quickly. Okay, he's done. Two people still sitting in Haro. Hurry, hurry! Okay. Oh, Bawu, Xiong, Gabra Tetra, GPS04, and former Gundam Type B. Alright, let's go. Last match of the night, chat. Let's hope for a victory, so that I can at least finish this step. Let's go. And I believe now the peak hours should have be almost fully fallen off by now. Right, let's go. Oh, two people are going to cap that. Okay, don't have to worry about that. Wow, who the hell is rushing? Two Xiangs, really? Right on. Oh shit, I'm being flanked. I'm being flanked. Ah! No, you don't. No, 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 no. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. I need to get away from this. Ah. Bloody hell. Okay, let's go. My shield has been destroyed. Oh my god, they're pushing us all the way back to spawn. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I'm probably gonna die very soon. Let's see, keep fighting.
味方機が撃破されました。損傷警備中継地点
Okay, got him. No, back up.
慎重に。中継地点が敵に確保されました。
Is he lagged out or something?
味方機が撃破されました。味方が敵モビルスーツ撃破。作戦行動を円滑にするため中継地点の制圧をお願いします。敵モビルスーツ
Gotcha.
撃破。
Yeah, they have pushed all the way back to spawn. Damn it. I have to repair. Come on. Alright. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Okay, capture. Come on. Pick it up. Oh my god. Yeah! 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 Yeah!
厳しい再出撃の場所と方法を選択してください。味方機が撃破されました。出撃お願いします。損傷警備
Oh, god damn it.
損傷増加慎重に。中継地点敵に確保されました。拠点に爆弾が仕掛けられました。敵モビルスーツ撃破。
Oh shit.
味方機が撃破されました。
Really?
作戦残り時間2分です。本作戦における
Ah! Fuck!
味方機が撃破されました。味方機が撃破されました。
Oh my god. What the fuck? That is definitely a pre-mate, considering how fast they bum rushed us.
味方が爆弾を解除中。出撃お願い。拠点が大破しました。敵モビルスーツ撃破。損傷中。
Yeah, look at that.
出撃お願いします。味方機が撃破。すごい。なんだか調子いいみたいですね。中継地点制圧確認。
What? Ah! God, that was hell.
この悔しさを胸に刻み、次は勝ちましょう。
Yeah.
称賛されました。
Yeah, I refuse to believe that a team of these could pull off such a fast bomb rush if they weren't partially pre-made.
今回の戦闘報酬です。
God damn it. Ugh. You didn't want to do the thing on my shirt, what? And punish me? For what? What did I ever do? You guys are supposed to help me, not fucking
お疲れ様でした。
not fucking wish for me to lose, but oh well. Can't win the final space battle. God damn it. Fucking sweaty as fuck. D ranks. How the hell was that entire team D rank? They bomb rushed us so hard. And it was all 5 of them too. Ugh.
物資配給局へようこそ。
Oh well.
また来てね。約束だよ。
よう、調子はどうだ？
Yay.
受け取ってくれ。
At least I got some reward for
受け取ってく
all
れ。
that suffering.
さあ、受け取ってくれ。さあ、受け取ってくれ。
Even got quattro sunglasses.
受け取ってくれ。さあ、受け取っさあ、受け取ってくれ。ま、ざっとそんなところだ。
Wait. I got more reward?
よう、調子はどうだ？さあ、受け取ってくれ。
Thank you.
ざっとそんなところだ。
I want to check something with the hangar.
やあ、パイロットくん。どんなご用かな？
This modification facility, I don't understand what it is.
あ、ごめん。ツイッターかぶっちゃって。
Yeah, this is really annoying. We have to.
じゃあ今日はどうしたい？
Hang on.
ついに裏技を試す。
Wait, does enhancing the...
あ、ごめん。ツイッターかぶっちゃって。
No, it doesn't. Enhancing the lower level version of the unit doesn't enhance the higher level version. Which means that... you just have to keep fucking... Oh my god. Enhancing the... Your mobile suit is going to be... It's gonna take ages then. If you have to enhance every unique variant of the same mobile suit. Oh, that is hell. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, we're gonna call it here today, chat. I need to wrap up, and I need to go and prep for. Hang on, what's that? GM powered full armor. I need to find a 500 cost unit that I can use in space. Currently, the only one I have is Nemo, but I feel like I can get something better, like maybe a GM cannon too. But I'll work on that off stream. We need to wrap up here. Okay. Good night, everyone. Thanks for coming here. I need to go and prep for D&D. As I mentioned earlier, the current D&D campaign is not being streamed, but hopefully, possibly as soon as next week, we might start streaming a D&D campaign. So I will let you guys know on my Discord, as usual. Alright, chat. Thanks everyone for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting. Love you all. Hope everyone enjoyed your time here, and I hope to see you guys next time. Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below if you enjoy my content. And you're on YouTube. Alternatively, if you're on Kick, remember to hit the follow button. And yeah, oh, I'm tired. I actually didn't get good night's sleep last night, but I really wanted to stream because I wanted to stream me trying out this game again during prime time, and seems to be quite fun if I play during prime time. But yeah. Alright. As usual, let me thank my extra mile supporters. Chat. Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Rest, Tucker, Foxy, and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky Shoe, DJ, Cascott Reactor, and Dova for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we're done. I will see you guys again soon, alright? Love you all. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Tomorrow I need to do some avatar work. I need to finish up the improvements to my D&D avatar and then take some photos for my D&D avatar. Oh wait, hang on. I just remembered. I need to possibly raid someone. Let me double check to see if I have enough for a raid. Do I have enough for a raid? Right now? I have enough? I do have enough for a raid. Okay, now I have to see whether there's anyone I could raid. Well, the people whom I were going to raid all stopped streaming. Actually, wait, there's someone? Wait, hang on. Hang on a second. Someone is supposed to start streaming. Is she or she not going to start streaming? Okay, she doesn't look like she's gonna start streaming. Yeah, okay, yeah. She's not gonna start streaming, so bye bye. Going to go off and relax and enjoy D&D, and tomorrow got some minor work to do. Yeah. Do I need to make another coffee for D&D? I should, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should.